the tide, spilling secrets in the night. You're a blue haze, I'm on an island in your eyes. I get lost here every time. When I'm with you, it's a love vacation. Don't need no map when you're my location. Don't wanna sleep, wanna stay awake, yeah. When I'm with you, there's no rest in paradise. There's no rest in paradise. There's no rest in paradise. Carefree, bodies moving like the wind, shadows dancing on your skin. It's easy, falling all over again. You're the air I'm breathing in. Oh, when I'm with you, it's a love vacation. Don't need no map when you're my location. Don't wanna sleep, wanna stay awake, yeah. When I'm with you, oh, when I'm with you, there's no rest in paradise. There's no rest in paradise. There's no rest in paradise. You and me, we both live life at full speed, easy to see. When we collide, no one walks away easy. I never thought you'd be the one. I never meant to take your heart. I never felt so hard. I never meant to be the one. I never thought I'd break your heart. And after the stars have crumbled to dust,
And we are live.
we still feel the
Hi. Hope all of you guys are good and healthy. And tonight I want to follow up on the latest challenge from angstromCTF. The previous challenge was lead to was a pretty nifty challenge, path traversal that led to memory leak, and then obtaining the flag by carving a file out of the memory leak, a video file to be precise. And that took along. It was a really nice challenge, but somewhat difficult. And this one, UBI, which I assume is gonna be a lot harder, especially taking into consideration the 5 solves that he has. So I already downloaded these files. I don't know what, I never pressed the show solves. Okay, it shows the people that solved it out of curiosity. Okay, people are actually, that's not a bad idea. I need to change my profile. Okay, so let's have a look. So it says that it made a universal build integrator and there's already a flag site using it. It all seems pretty secure to me. Here's the source code. So this is the universal build integrator, is this one. Basically the index request or the request to the home page of the website print out the source code that you can also download from here, and then the flag site is this, and we also get the source code for this one. Actually, you get the source code for the flag site, and the build integrator you can get the source code from here. Okay, anyways, so I already downloaded the source code. I really don't know where to start with this one. I don't know if I should start with the, probably I'll start with the UVI itself and then have a look at the flags. Well, I'll look first at the flag site because it's the one that will have the flag. And one of the things that you can already notice by just looking at the source code is that the flag is an environmental variable. So it's likely that the vulnerability on this one is a remote code execution. Either that or path traversal as well. I think that would be the case. Unless we can make this go from hidden to visible, which I am not 100% sure we can. In any case, let's press some buttons and see what happens. Let's close all of this. Let's clear history as well. Am I streaming in what? Like I'm streaming in 1080p. Cool. Yes, done. Now let's do some requests and see what happens. Okay, that didn't work. Anything? Let's see. Let's see what when we click the flag. So it's an elf. It does compile files. as you can see here, and it's exactly I can look at the source code, but I rather play a little bit here with it and then see what happens. Okay, and this would be flag breadth. Let's see. Okay, so it's basically just a compiled executable that prints out the flags. Okay. So let's have a look then. So this is the source code. This is the download headers to sign. Okay. So you have a public key that is generated at runtime. Which headers? Okay, let's have a look at burp. Okay, so we have here some headers. Which were sent to flags. We send the request to flags to download this. You have a bunch of signature, and then we have XUBI key, XUBI ID. Okay. We have a hash. With the private key, which is interesting. Then we have build flags. There's a request to the UBI, to the build endpoint. Encode URI component. Encode URI, yeah, URI component with the flag that was selected, I'm assuming. Oh no, it's pre-building the flags. Okay, so we don't have control, we cannot trigger this code. It's run on the initialization of the application. It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings. Okay. Me knowing. Why do I? So this looks like cross-site scripting protection, I guess, because it says that scripts are not allowed. Script source. You can double check what that means. Specifies valid sources for JavaScript, which is none. So this has no JavaScript whatsoever. Yeah. Okay, so if it, because it says here, are we missing the flag? You think should have? Send us a link and admin will check it out. So one of the previous challenges was a start cross-site scripting that you could use to get the admin credentials. Basically, you created a post with a JavaScript payload, and then you could then that JavaScript payload would steal the cookies from the user, and you would be able to log in, or well, better said, to impersonate the admin user. But clearly this is not the case, or at least it doesn't seem so, because they say the web page doesn't run any whatsoever JavaScript. So this is the home page, and interesting. So this is rendering or creating what we see here, and it's going through all the flags that have been built, and it checks if the flag is not hidden or the provided cookies called admin, it seems like the cookie is called admin, is exactly equal to some environmental variable, it will print the flag with the flag name and the flag URL, which is basically what we see here, with the flag name and then the flag URL as a down button. So we know that if we can get the cookies, the right cookie, we can trigger the application to show us the hidden flag, or well, the flag that we want to recover anyways. So this is style CSS. So let's see. I don't know what bent is. Okay, but probably some library to do HTTP requests. So basically we are requesting to the UBI application, which is also Node.js. Or Python. No, it's Python. It's a Flask application. And we are doing a request params file. We are basically getting the executables that were first compiled here by calling build. Then we have this one. Interesting, very interesting. So this is the submit. What does, we did that request already. Yeah, we did. And it says bad request. Okay. And uses a thing called Puppeteer, which by the name of the variable, seems like something that allows you to control a browser instance. So the conditions for this to work are if the request body.url so let's have a look again at the request. So the URL needs to start, okay, sorry, my bad, send to repeater. First it needs to start with, let's try to send something like this. It's taking a little bit longer. Found redirecting to, okay. So let's have a look. So it starts a Puppeteer with no sandbox. It's always a good option, right? I don't know well, I can kind of guess what this is, but when you start things without a sandbox, it's always a bad option, no? And then it does set the cookie with the right value. The URL true. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that when we submit something, this Puppeteer browser instance sets the cookies and then navigates to the URL that we provided. So I think we can get the cookies from this. Okay, let's try that. But okay, there must be more to this than just that. Was it request bin? I think so. Okay, this was actually the flag or the cookies that allowed you to obtain the flag from that challenge that I spoke before, the one with the stored cross-site scripting. So I'm going to come here and say this is where the URL, I'm gonna send the request, and I already got it. But I didn't get any cookies. Am I reading the code badly? Page set cookie. It didn't error, because we can see that the actual success condition is the 302, but I didn't get any cookies. I am assuming because page set cookie. I see. The cookie is only valid for this URL. So if we submit anything here different from that, the cookie is not sent, which is how it's supposed to work. Let me see. So what is this? So this is exactly, let me look. What am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong buttons. So if we look here, so basically the URL needs to be this. In order to send the cookie. So if we look, because here if we look at the flags URL, is the process event, is the environmental variable URL, and then concatenated with download flag blah blah blah. And if we look at the source code, it's exactly this value. So okay, so we can send requests to ourselves with the admin cookies. Interesting. We can also potentially send, let me have a look. No, because the URL is different. So yeah, so that is not the case. So why do we have this functionality? Let's see what this flag actually does. Running headless Chrome with no sandbox. No sandbox. Okay. So it's to run the Chrome instance without a sandbox. And it navigates to that URL, but we cannot see any of the results, which is not really good. Let's have a look. Okay. The problem is that the UBI is not running under the same domain as the flags, because I was thinking maybe we could, I was thinking that by using this we could trigger the creation of a new build flag or to override one of the build flags with, for example, the admin cookie. We could download it and it would print out, instead of the flag, it would print out the actual admin cookie. But since the UBI is running in a different URL from the flags, the admin cookies won't be sent. Because we here have the puts flag, headers, blah blah blah. Also, it's a post to the build endpoint. So we cannot, because this is a get. So unless the UBI build endpoint allows more than a post as an HTTP method, then we cannot do that request anyways. So I'll have to check. We need the UBI key. Has a bunch of signatures and stuff. So we cannot even fake these requests potentially, because we don't have access to the private key, and it's also generated on runtime. Which is weird. So how does the UBI validate these keys? So it encrypts with a public key an hash of the headers to sign string, which is this, plus the actual the UBI doesn't do any validation. It's after we send the build request that it creates this signature thing that is then added to the request that we can do from here, where it has the signature and the attachment and all these sort of things. Okay, let's have a look at the UBI Pi. This is a complex thing, eh? It does have a verify headers thing. I'm starting to understand why this has only 5 solves. So this is the build, which only accepts posts. Okay, so it only has 2 routes. The route that for the home page that prints the source code. You have the build route and the executable route. If len request.form, and it returns an error. Okay, it makes a build with some random number. the referrer dumps the source that we give it to him. How the F how's things? And it closes it. So basically, when it submits here the source, it dumps it into a C file, then it runs timeout. Probably this is some script. Oh yeah, so it runs timeout and it's building the application that was provided. Z3? Which challenge? It's not ringing a bell, sorry. Which challenge are you talking of? And then it returns status with an ID. And you can get the executable if you know the ID and the name. Weeks ago, the solver. Wait. Let me, because it's not. I don't remember which challenge it is. Oh well, that doesn't help. Do you know what challenge it was? Was related with what? Solver. Oh, where can go? Ah, okay. For the, I remember now. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was way far away on that one. No, it wasn't part of the solution, but it helped me. Let me check. It was 2019. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, clearly not. I didn't use Z3. It was basically an equation, and we were trying to find the solution. So I used Z3 to actually, it was solving the equation, but in the end I didn't use it because the equation, if you massage the numbers or the variables, you can get it into a form that you can apply the quadratic formula, and you can resolve it. I don't actually remember also which one it was. No, this was a different one. Was it this one? No, clearly not. Actually, it wasn't the crypto, right? It was one. Oh. I'm really curious now because it wasn't this. Oh, is that the high quality checks? I think. Was it? No, this was solved in a different way. Oh, I don't. No, this was the SVG that I already opened. Paper trail? No. Printer was the USB traffic. Ah, it was this one. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so in the end, the solution was this. And I did use Z3, as I said, to understand that this equation had the solution. So basically, this is the quadratic formula. It's probably easier to if you look here, this is the quadratic formula, which allows you to solve equations of this shape or form. Let me close all of this first. And basically yeah, so basically this was our equation, and we want to get it into something that is on this form so that we can then apply this. And we know, so the first thing we do is distributing x over 1 minus x, and that gives us this, which is x minus x squared. Then what we can do is shift these ones here, change the order, and we already get x squared minus x. So you have here x squared plus, no minus, sorry, plus x. And we, from this, we already know that a, well, we don't know it yet because we need to do some more transformations. But so then if we multiply both members of the equation by -1, you get this. And then if you move y from one side to the other side of the equation, you get this, equals 0. So basically this formula here is exactly in the same form as this. So then you can get a, which is 1, b, which is -1, and c, which is y, which is your variable. So if we apply then this formula, we know that x is going to be equal to minus b, so it's minus minus 1, as you can see here, minus or plus the square root of b squared, so -1 squared, minus 4ac, which is 1 and y, so it's 4 multiplied by 1 by y, and then all of this divided by 2a, which is 2 multiplied by 1. So if you go down and you start to simplify, this is what you get. So is 1 plus or minus the square root of 1 minus 4y divided by 2. So in our case, if our y was 12 or minus 12, that would mean that x would be equal to 2 or minus 1. And that's how the equation was solved. You could solve the equation. So basically I applied this formula for each of the values that were encrypted to get the plain text. Can I still run this? I think I can. Python is in 2019. Yeah, it was quite nice actually when I solved this, because they actually forced, and this is forced you to apply things that you learn on high school. So it's algebra, basically. The quadratic formula is algebra, which is quite interesting. So basically you had the encrypted shape or text, and you had the array for reordering. So the first operation is divide the encrypted text by -1, which basically switches the sign. Reorder based on the reorder array, and then apply the quadratic formula to get the plain text. And this was using Lisp, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was using Lisp. So basically, to get to this point, I provided a different. Oh, this is the decryptor, or yeah, I provided something that I knew to get a known encrypted version, or an encrypted version of a known plain text, and then I use it here to go through every step to validate that I was getting the right values. And that's why there's a lot of what you would call printfs here, to print each value at each step. So I provided it a plain text, it gave me an encrypted, and then I went backwards from there. I looked at each operation, I saw which one was the inverse, and I applied one by one to validate my algorithm. And then, since I could go from plain text to encrypted and encrypted to plain text, then the last thing to do was to actually use this encrypted and get the plain text. But yeah, Z3 totally showed me that this equation was solvable. I just needed to sort it out, how to solve it. Anyways, it was a very cool challenge. because these are geared towards high schoolers, and it was nice to see that they actually found a way to apply algebra to a challenge. It was really, really cool. Anyways, back on task. Let's close this. How I'm thinking, what can we do? Clearly, the only way we can provide input, at least to this web application, is through the submit. And as we've seen, the submit, where is it? Where are you? We can also use the download file. What does this do? This also talks with the UBI application. Okay. And then we have the submit that also talks with the UV, well, it talks with whatever we want, but it only sends the admin cookies if the request is sent to the flags site. And it does the request, but then it does nothing with it. So what can we do? We could send a request to the download, but then we can get which file to download. So if we look at the UBI, it's clearly triggering on this.
You know what time it is. Marvin Devine, Hoover, Axel, and you know how we do.
But then we cannot send this data anywhere, because even if we request through here, it doesn't get anywhere. This string is interesting, but I'm not yet seeing how we could get anything out of it. Is there anything that we can force Puppeteer to do due to the no sandbox? I don't think so, because this is a Chrome option. So if I send a submit here, where is it? If I send it, it will do its thing and then give me a redirect.
Let's go.
Yeah. And what happens is that this request that I asked him to do will have the admin cookies. It renders the web page with the right cookie and it prints out all the flags, but we don't get any of this output. We don't get any of this output. And we don't even know when this fails actually. Oh, we do. Because if it fails, an exception occurs, it returns 500. UBI request parameter, which is here. Down. Res ID, which is this one. Let's have a look at the various res ID. Okay, so it's somewhat long, which is not securely random generated. Where is it? It's here. And it's 0 field. It's 16. And it's X. So it's exactly what we have here. I'm pretty sure. It's interesting because this basically is proxying a request to the UBI, to the download, which is this one. So in principle, if we knew the ID for the angstromCTF flag, which they are all built at the start, if we knew the ID, not only just the ID, we also need the key. Where is this coming from? This key ID. Oh, the key ID is a crypto. So, but this we have, I think, don't we? No, we don't. We have a signature which is specifically encrypted. Is it crypto? Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have access to it. Well, it should be the same, interestingly enough. Let's have a look. In the request response, is it always the same? Yeah, it's always the same key. The only thing that changes is the UBI. So it's interesting because on our response we are actually getting the headers that were sent to the UBI, because when we send our request we don't send with those headers, but we do receive a response with it. So we know the key, or at least the hash of the key. So and the URL parse, URL query. Does this need many things? No, it needs Express.js, cookie parser, body parser, bent. So I'm thinking I might just run local versions of this. And if I run local versions of this, I can actually see what is going through it and see how we could exploit the behavior. I'll have to set up some environment for this. Like I need to set up this environment variable, this one, and also the admin cookie, I think. Okay. Gonna still devote some more time to try and understand how this thing actually works, and then I'm gonna set up a local environment to run this. Request URL, and then it passes on the query straight up, no parsings whatsoever. So basically we send this request, this is the file, and this is the parameters for the request. It just passes on the file, and then exactly the query that we pass to the flag website goes on to the request to the UBI. And then if the response headers from it interesting, this is where it copies the response headers from the UBI into the response headers of the request that we sent to download the file. That's why we get this. And then it writes the data onto it. Okay, let's try first to run the UBI. Web UBI. No, sorry. So we need Flask. Flask. So what I'm using is a Python virtual environment, so I don't screw screw up my system with a bunch of environment or packages that I don't need. Crypto, where is this coming from? This is not the standard library from Python. No, that's for sure not. Am I the only one that hates the fact that now crypto just means cryptocurrencies? Crypto cipher maybe. It's easy. Type crypto dome. Okay. Hopefully it will be on pip. Yep. Cool. So now if I do, let's make dir UBI. Let's try to run it. Python. Okay. Let's see if it created anything. No, for now it didn't create anything, but at least it's running. Okay. So let's run it in its own terminal outside of Visual Studio. Let's see. angstromCTF 2020 web UBI. Let's run it. See what happens. Oh, forgot about the environment. So now we need another one, but this time we need to set some environmental variables first. So the first one is UBI, and it's gonna be HTTP local host port 5000, and that's the UBI. The next one is the URL, which is, sorry, I need to correct something here. The next one is gonna be URL, and it needs to be something along this listens in port 5001. So this would be local host 5001. And what other? The admin as well. And we need the flag. Okay. Let's see. The flag can be you try harder, please. And then the admin cookie will be super secret. Okay. Now the question is, I don't know how to run Node.js environments. Let's Google it. Nodes and environment. Does it have something like that, like a virtual environment? Go back. Node.js. npm, which is the package manager, I think. npm install. I think it uses the user npm. I think it uses the user profile to install packages. So let's just start that. Oof. That's a lot of package. Let's have it download. Come on. Then we probably need a little bit. I don't know if this is also external packages, I think. Sorry. The amount of things that this installs, amazing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's installing on the... Or is it installing here? Okay, wait, I know. Okay, let's change to desktop, angstromCTF 2020, web UBI. No, one less. Make their, let's call it flags. Let's copy the index.js here and it install here. Yeah, I think it installs in the local directory, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, let's install as well cookie parser. This is how it's done. Yeah, cool. The next one is body parser. I did develop Node.js applications at some point in time. I wanted to learn a little bit about it, but it was more than a year ago now. So I don't really know how to run environments. Query string, URL, and bend. Okay. Is there any more requirements for this? Yeah, Puppeteer. Ooh, I don't have Chrome installed. This might require me... Oh, it's already downloading for myself. Okay, so it runs its own local instance. Okay, fair enough. What else? Yeah, that's it. Now, will it run like this? Why did it fail? Ah, interesting. No such directory. Okay. Let's create the directory then. So we already having some progress. Apparently Node.js, you just really need to have the node_module directory on the same place as the index.js and it will be happy. I don't remember that. Didn't remember that. So let's try it again. No, still failed. Okay, we need this thing. Apparently it's gonna be easier to get this thing running than what I thought it would be. Where the hell is this executable from? Yes, but what's the package for this? Run a comment with a time limit, yes, but time limit, corutils. Okay, interesting. So it's a different directory, no? Yeah, it's a different directory. User bin. Okay, let's edit the... God damn it. Okay, let's run again. And let's try. No, it failed again. What is this? 400. Why would it return 400? Let's do something. Let's do print. Let's see what is being sent. No, it failed. It fell. That's the problem. That's the problem. Uh, they are using tabs. Okay. Yeah. Let's make sure. Still return 400 and it didn't print anything. Am I missing something? Ah, it does create the directories, so it must be returning 400 due to something else. What? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be able to compile. Seriously? Come on. Okay. Interestingly enough, oh yeah, because it fails straight away on the Pico CTF. Okay. So why is it failing? I'm assuming it's something to do with this. No info on success. But it does return an error, but this... Why don't they print these things? So build flags, it awaits. Okay, but it doesn't... fair enough. Status error message is this. Okay, let's print here the message since the Node.js application doesn't really report back on that error. Okay. Must be some... Why don't I get any prints out of this? Okay. Do we have logging here? No. Let's get the logger. See if we can print actual something. If this doesn't print anything, I'm gonna be very sad. It doesn't print. Neither does it create any entries. Let's see how. Maybe it has to do with Flask and the debug mode. Flask and development. App run debug equals true.
No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda.
Anyways, let's try that. Debugger is active. Okay, but will it print out things? No. So it's only a client-side thing, I guess. Why is it not printing? I am saving the right file. No, I'm not. Yeah, that wasn't very smart. I'm actually changing the file, different file. Okay, now it should print. Also, let's take the logger off. My bad. Sorry about that. Actually, okay, let's run it. Okay, cool. So what is failing on the build process is no such file. About that. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so this is the request, and it actually sends the private key. Unrecognized option, no info on success. This is weird. Probably different versions of the timeout. Application. Oh man, Google is so bad nowadays with the goddamn search results. Okay. It's using Perl. So that's why they have it installed on the user local. It's a different library. Or not library, sorry, application. Yes, let's see. No, it's not. So how did Google point me to this? No info on success. Here. So why, when I check the source code, it doesn't actually have that option? Oh, because it's probably just like this. Yeah, it's built info on success. Okay, cool. So let's just copy link location, wget. Oh, this is not gonna work like that. Raw. Okay. On user plus X timeout. Now we need to change this to yep, cool. Cool. So we have a local running version of the applications. Apparently, let's see. 500 is the UBI application, and 5001. Yeah, it's missing the style sheets. Anyways, doesn't matter. So if I click this, it allows me to download the file. Okay, cool. So it will be a little bit easier because now I can easily check the results. One of the things I'm going to do actually, I'm gonna run it again. Let's run it. Yep. Cat config. So is the private keys always the same? It's supposed to be. Yeah, it looks like it. Or not really. Yeah, it's different for each. Private key is different for each. Let's have a look. Also,
I know they feel like you might own something. Yeah, like what you mean now, I don't owe you nothing.
here.
I speak the truth, ain't no lies, no fronting. Yeah, pray on my downfall, yeah, I know I love it. Yeah, I love it when they never believe. These people taking and they take, they never give.
Interesting.
A toxic circle, never
Okay.
round and back 360 degrees. Doesn't take a lot to support all your friends and their dreams. Most people's heart full of greed. Yeah, yeah. Life will point you in directions. Keep walking down the road, whichever way you gonna accept it. Don't ever think to look back, look forward, don't regret shit.
Let's try to do the submit. And let's provide this as the URL. See how badly it crashed. Here it is. The request went through. What am I looking at? Here. It doesn't get to do this because it doesn't have the source for the request. So let's have a look here. Let's have a look at Puppeteer. Let's did it have? Let's have a look. Does it return with the same? Let's wait a little bit. See what the response is, if it is the same, along the same lines as the one we get on the original system. Interestingly enough, we don't get the UBI headers. Even though we do get the 302 response. Okay, that's different. If we have different behavior, then request parameters file. So, and if we request here, I think I know why. Because that's not the address, this is the address. The port is different. Yeah, my bad. The UBI is running somewhere else. So here it is. This is the GET request that this little thing sent. But still, we don't get the I did send it to the 5000, and that's why it got here. But it's not sending the UBI key as it is on the application running on the CTF infrastructure. So what am I doing wrong? So this is not failing. Is it print as well? Hopefully. Response. Headers. X. UBI key. Gonna have a lot of build executables on the build directory. Okay. Don't you love that? I think I need to figure out again how to make things print on Node.js.
So don't you look down on your baby. My grandma prays and hopes it saves me. But I'm still lost out on the 8 C's. My stylist is a pilot. Money, I'm a pilot. Till God tell me what his price is. I remain the flyest first.
Node.js print console. Oh, it's console.log, no? Yeah, because this is JavaScript. Forgot about that small detail. That's why it wasn't printing. Console.log. No, I also didn't print anyways. Am I changing the right file? Yes. Is it like that?
You hurt me, you did, several times. It hurts to admit that we're no
Express.
I find it hard to commit,
Also log.
but you don't even try. Still I'm better with than without you. Oh, I'm on it, I'm
Wow,
on it.
it's not printing it.
Do you seem to call in your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there?
No.
You don't need to be Prince
What
Charming
is the?
tonight. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a killer.
Oh, that's the marker. Anyways, doesn't matter. Ah, no, wait. This is the download. That's not what I want. What I want is the puppeteer. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, but the puppeteer is only the yes. Is only downloading.
Whatever it is, you keep on trying. 'Cause it ain't hard to forgive.
Is only downloading now.
You know what it's like.
Indeed.
I'm better with than with.
What I want is the downloads. What I want is to click here. Unable to connect because I forgot to leave it run.
I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there?
Okay, the flags changed.
Need to be Prince.
Okay, here it is. And it should have... Okay, cool. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Okay, so we are getting the keys back. So it's the same behavior. I was just looking at the wrong endpoint anyways. I wasn't very smart. Okay. One of the things I should do as well. Did you change the keyboard layout? UBI build this and node index, so it clears the build directory. Otherwise I'm gonna have a lot of files here. Yeah, it's already okay. So UBI is running. When the Node.js application starts, it requests the UBI to create builds with the flags. You can see here the flag that we defined on the environment as an environment variable. Then so it does this, and UBI goes all happy and download and builds things. We don't need this. And the methods need to be post for the build, which is okay. But then we have this one, and this one is called when we call download. So right, because if I call download here, it will request it to the backend. So let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look at what the headers dictionary contains when we do the download request. So if we click here, okay. Oh, we can define a content type even, yeah, true. Octet stream, blah blah blah. And here so we can manipulate the headers. If we do the download query, because the yeah, but we cannot manipulate the headers because they are signed. We can see that here when they set up the flags. The signature includes the headers. Oh, but it headers to sign, which is also this content type application. So we cannot change this. Sorry. And it does verify the headers. And if it fails, it returns invalid signature. The thing is, because the signature, we noticed that the signatures are different for each executable, I think. Let's see, verify signature or verify headers. They import the key. And then they validate. I don't think there's any bug on this one, on the signature validation. There might be, but the signature actually looks pretty legitimately the same. Yeah, the signature looks the same, or the private key. So it's the same private key. Before I was thinking they were changing it, but no, it's the same because it's only generated here. So my idea is so UBI, when it receives the download, the only headers it has is these ones, which is okay. Does every single flag have a different signature? Yeah, they have. Yeah, so we cannot guess the name for because this is, well, is 16 characters hexadecimal, so it's gonna be very hard to brute force. But also this signature varies per flag. And how does it vary per flag? Where is it? Is headers to sign? Is the UBI ID? Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. Brute forcing is not the solution for this one, because the UBI ID will vary. Yeah. So if we download, it's fair enough. But the problem here is we have the angstromCTF flag, but it's hidden. Is there any other redirect that we can use? I don't think so. We can control. Because this is very interesting. I still don't know why this thing is here. Because to do the request with the cookies that we want to get, because if we get these cookies we can also get the flag, as can be seen here, because it will, even if the flag is hidden, which it is, it says here hidden true, if we do provide the admin cookie that it is expecting, it will still print even if it's hidden. But we do not get any results from these requests. So why the hell is this here? Must be for some reason, right? Or it's just to send us on a rabbit hole in a witch hunt. What would be the case? I've never felt like this before. The light's blinding me now. I've never felt like. So why is this here? Doesn't make much sense. Even if it is to do requests to the UBI, we can do those requests directly, because the admin cookie will only be sent if it is being sent to the flags. website. And also the flag website doesn't run any JavaScript. They specifically say not to run any JavaScript by using this content security policy header. So it's not like we could in some way provide a JavaScript payload to this that would give us the cookies. So let me think. So if I send the request, no, I wouldn't be able to. Because even this thing doesn't take any. The only request that takes any parameters from this style CSS is this one. This one also proxies requests to BI. I can potentially actually do this request directly to UBI, right? And if we look at the log from UBI, that is easy because we have everything. So if I look here and I copy the link location, I have here, and I say / this, and then flag, and I do this, invalid referrer. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Send to repeater. UBI. Invalid referrer. So let's have a look at the referrer usually is what? Okay. So the referrer is the flags with the /, yeah, with the /. Yeah, so we can ask this directly to UBI without using the flags application. Actually, it's curious. Let me see. No. Anyways, so we can do this request directly to UBI, but the signature needs to match. So we cannot brute force this, and we cannot brute force this because this signature changes based on this, and one without the other will not be able to validate. Without this being valid, we cannot brute force this, and this depends on this, so that's not the way to go. We can also request this to build new stuff, right? Because as we've seen, the build is basically source, which has the source code for the flag, plus a key, which is generated at runtime, and we don't have access, at least not from the flags file, from this one here. So if we wanted, we can build our own flags. Just need to generate a RSA key. But what does that give us? It doesn't give us much. So I don't think that's the way to go. It might be request headers referrer, different from referrer. Then it gives the invalid referrer, which is okay. Verifies the signature. And then it returns. So one of the two, we have two possibilities. One is to get the goddamn admin cookie, and if we do get the admin cookie, we are able to get here and get the hidden flag, the angstrom hidden flag. The second one is to some way get the executable straight from UBI, right? So what if on here on the submit, let's use my version of it. So what if in the submit I send this same instruction to download? The referrer will be wrong, so it won't download. Let's try it, but I think that's the case. Be copy link location. It's gonna be 5,000, and instead of download it will be this. Or yeah, the referrer will be wrong, because here on the submit it doesn't set any headers, so the referrer will be wrong. So what we will see thanks for the follow, Matlit. So if I submit this, you see it gives you a 400. Because of the invalid referrer. The signature is gonna be okay because it was copied, but Yeah. But I cannot even request build because I cannot pass post parameters. So I think the submit method is quite useless. I'm not seeing how it can be used at all. Unless there's an inherent vulnerability on Puppeteer. I'm not seeing how you can use it. Okay, let's ignore the submit because I'm not seeing anything we can do with it. Yeah, we cannot, because getting this goddamn cookie is not gonna happen. Even if the UBI, but UBI... it doesn't do any... The only time there is header copy is with the download file. Yeah. Let me see one thing. Okay, it doesn't have any hints. Okay.
I've been flipping pages since I could remember. That told me I had to be within the lines of 2 degrees and 9 to 5. And I've been working after work since last September.
This thing, this flags thing, only has two. It only has a few purposes in life. One, to request from UBI to build an executable that prints out the flags, and then it proxies the download request to UBI, and it uses Puppeteer for the submit, which doesn't get us anything. UBI key for... Okay, so how am I going to get anything out of this? This thing, I'm really not seeing any vector for this. And the proxy headers. So it does send whatever headers we give it to it. It does, when it proxies the request to the UBI for the download, it does give it whatever headers apart from the host. Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't match the UBI host. So then on response it writes this to the response on close ends and sends on end, copies the headers, and that's why we get the my bad, wait, also yeah, and that's why we get also these headers even if we do the request from the flags. Even if we do the request from here, we get those same exact headers because it copies them. So what if no, because they are request headers. Let me see. So this responds with this. Yeah, but I cannot manipulate UBI to send other headers back. Any ideas, chat? To all my 5 viewers? How's things going, guys? Lurk out of the shadows, or actually get out of the shadows. Speak your mind. I can brute force. I know that the cookie needs to be named admin, but yeah, brute forcing the value is not, is always usually, oh, that was the value, so obvious. But anyways, that's hindsight. What is screwing me up as well is the signature. We can also do requests directly to UBI to build an executable for us, but that doesn't help us. Let's see how UBI does it. Can we get some remote code execution on this? So, I don't think so, but anyways. It does. If source, okay, if the source is bigger than 5 megs or whatever this is, 500 kilobytes, it breaks. If not, it generates a random file name or directory name, creates the build directory, creates the configuration file where it dumps the referrer and the private key that we provided, basically this, as we are seeing here. Then it dumps the source that was provided on the request, then spawns timeout, and it builds the file. Ah, interesting. So we can trigger a build. Okay, let's try to mimic this request and see if we can build executables, because what I'm thinking is, can we trigger a build that would contain, I don't know, the environment block? I don't think there are such functionalities on GCC that if you provided a keyword on the source, I think that works. Usually that's done with autoconf and all these sort of tools. Just for the sake, let's trigger a build. I'm gonna reuse the private key, not gonna be generating a new one. So if we look here, send to repeater, this is a post to the build direct endpoint. Let's look at here. Is a post which is JSON to the build. Buffer from referrer. If you look, referrer is, yeah, it's a part of the parameter. Okay. This doesn't matter. So we provide the same referrer and the same key, and we also need to provide the source. So if we look here, the source would be okay. If we go here, should be here. So let's just use this one. Needs to be URL encoded though, which is what they are doing here. Encode URE component, they replace the flag, and it needs to be content type application URL form. I mean. So we need this content type. I think burp automatically updates the content length header. Hey Ha, who? I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. I'm gonna call you Ra. Hi, how are you? Content length, and then burp should update it automatically. This is it. Now we need the source. If I knew how to type. Also, we need to change this to flags. So I'm sending directly to flags, to UBI, and the referrer needs to be exactly this. I'm gonna use my own private key because I don't know which one flags use. I'm gonna use this one. Anyways, if I knew, there was a lot of things that I could fake. That's a very open-ended question, Hahu. I think the best thing would be, what do you want to focus on, right? Define the scope of what you want to learn. Do you want to learn web app? Do you want to learn social engineering? Do you want to learn reverse engineering? What would be your main focus? After you define your main focus, you should spend a lot of time reading up on what people are doing on that area. For example, if you decide to focus on web application security, then I would say start reading upon specific vulnerabilities. Start to learn how to exploit it. Path traversal, SQL injection, cross-site scripting in the myriad of variations that it has, reflected content, what else? There's so many. External XML entities. Learn about the vulnerabilities, practice how to exploit them, like using the damn vulnerable Linux or distributions like that. Do CTFs that focus on web, for example. It's a little bit overwhelming at the beginning, but the more time you dedicate and the more experience you get, the easier it becomes, as with everything in life. So Google a lot, or DuckDuckGo a lot. I would say if you look at what I'm not chilling for bug crowd, but if you look at some of the content that they put out, it helps a lot for a beginner. For instance, they talk about a lot of the concepts, and also HackerOne, especially if you look at what NhamSec is putting out with all these recon related content. So you could look into the content that those platforms are creating, or the community around those platforms are creating, and learn. For example, HackerOne, they have a public disclosure page that you can see some of the bugs that have been reported. So even if you don't understand a flying F or what they are talking about, you read it, you see, okay, I don't know what they are talking about when they say path traversal. So let's go and check what is path traversal. Or I don't know and I don't understand why getting access to this API key allowed me to create to fake some request or some domain, or register some domain that gave me access to this resource. Then you go on and you read upon AWS keys and all, and how dangerous it can be, and all these sort of things. So try to understand first the concepts, and then exploit them and go from there. It's like I've been doing this, I've been working on IT and reverse engineering. I started by reverse engineering, and then I moved on to web application on college, and that was Jesus. I was on high school. My training was programming. I had the normal high school, but I had a section of my classes that was dedicated to IT. So we had a lot of programming classes. So when I went to college, I already knew how to program, to develop software. But it was on college, even though it wasn't part of the curriculum. That's where I started to dedicate time to reverse engineering, web application security, and all of these things. And that was back in 2004. So for you to get to a certain level, it takes a long time and it takes a lot of dedication as well. But don't be demotivated, just dive in, really. Anyways, that was a long answer, I think, for such a short question, but it was also very open-ended. So just as I said, try to define the focus of what you want to work on. Usually web application security is a little bit easier to get a grasp on. I would say reverse engineering not so much, because then you really need to learn assembly, and which might be quite tricky. If you don't know how to program, learn to program, even if it's only basic stuff, either in Python. Python is usually easier. Or in Perl if you fancy Perl, or try to learn how to program, because a lot of hacking happens when you actually develop your own scripts. For instance, for this CTF, I don't know the number, but I've developed a lot of small Python scripts to help me go through the challenges. That would be my recommendation. But everybody is different. Everybody has a different learning style. So it depends. So let's see. And they say, okay, focus on the task at hand. We need to encode the source code. So the source code, we know it's this, or it is what they are using is this. So we will need, do we need to encode any of this? No, I don't think so, because it's in the JSON and we are escaping the double quotes. So let's just, bad requests. Yes. Why is it a bad request? It did update the content length. Bad request. This is Nginx responding. It didn't even get to the UBI server, so I'm clearly doing something wrong. I see. Okay, because this is not JSON. Okay, should be... Okay, so I do need to URL encode. My bad. And I also need to URL encode. Basically, I need to URL encode everything almost. Apart from the process env URL, all the rest needs to be URL encoded. So let's URL encode this. And this needs to be properly URL encoded. It needs to get away. This needs to go here. So like this. Let's make sure it's URL encoded. That was a big one. And now we need the source to also be URL encoded. Oh, my bad. Wait. Oh. So our source that we're gonna send is basically going to be this. Gonna make it prettier as well, doesn't hurt. And then the flag is just flag, or we can actually send something. Okay. Now I should be able, now this should work, and it should return an executable. Yes, it returned an executable. Now we can use this. Oof. How is the signature generated? Oh bloody hell. I have to generate the signature. Okay, but I have the private key, so I can create some script to generate a signature, so that doesn't hurt that much. I just need to figure out how the signature is generated. Let me see. So the download is here. URL query, doesn't matter. We need the signature. Signature is basically the public key plus a hash of the headers plus the UBI ID plus the UBI key. I need to get the public key. So let's see. Let's create a notes file here somewhere. So I created So if I send this request, it builds what I want. So the private key is, where is it? Let's URL decode this thing. Or actually, I don't need to URL decode it because it's here. Because I use this one. Let's use a different one. Var crypto generate console.log public key console.log private key. Okay, wrong slug. Okay. This is just me being lazy, not wanting to generate my own RSA keys. So this is, and this is the private key. So if I get here the private key, that's it. So maybe I can put this in a Node.js script. New file, solver. I'm gonna change things a bit. Instead of using Python, I'm gonna use Node.js. Might work. If we look here, that's how they generate it. Now, we can I want to do on my Node.js script is basically do this request. No, my bad. I want to do this request. I want it to build an executable for me. In the same manner that is being built here. So let's say we have var private key equals something, and then we have var public key equals something. So we generated this as a private key. Okay, it's probably easier. What am I doing? Okay, so no. Why okay. How do you no? Oh, okay, I see what happened. Yeah, that was the layout of the keyboard that changed. Oh, also I'm on Linux, so the key binding must be different. It should be Alt Shift, but it's only changing the keyboard layout. So anyways, so this is it. And now if I press del, exactly, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Then /n, that ends the string, and /n, done. Okay, so that's the private key. Let's now you get the public, which is a little bit smaller. So /n. Yep, cool. So now we can, knowing this, we can do the request directly to, so response, and we need bent or whatever it's called. Where is it? No, yeah, Mr. Murdoch, or my Murdoch, sorry. It's not, it's, I decided to switch it a little bit. Yeah, if it was double quotes, yeah, in Python it would, interpret properly the line termination. Required bent. Doesn't this need to have a... Well, they don't use it, but... maybe Node.js doesn't need the semicolon. Anyways, I like to use it. So I want to do this post to HTTPS. I want to do the post to this request. And it's coming from flags like this. We need the source. Let's copy it from here as well. Include studio, and let's say the flag is something else, is whatever we want, so lol. So we can just encode the source. So basically what I'm trying to achieve is to put onto a script the request that I did here, so I can automate that. So I can request from the UBI to build whatever file I want. Okay? And then with this and with the private key, I can generate the signature to download that file. So I'm wondering if during the build process I can manipulate the build process to have something on its environment or something on its code that would give me extra information. I'm trying to understand how much I can manipulate of it, of this build environment or build processes, I guess. So the private key, it's already defined. It's here. I'm passing the content type. Great. So now the signature am I missing some? No, looks good. I'm thinking I might be missing some module. Where is this function coming from? Oh, it's probably a JavaScript function, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a JavaScript function, so it doesn't need any dependency. I do need the crypto though. Where is it? So I need the crypto one. Crypto public in key this, create a SHA hash of the headers to sign, which, where do they come from? Come from here. And we also need the key ID. Let's move this further down. It doesn't actually wait for or check the response, which is interesting. In any case, headers to sign, response ID, and then the key ID and digest. And so we can say console.log, and we can say signature is which key is it? Yeah. And I say sig. So basically what I'm doing is first request UBI to generate a custom executable, then we calculate the signature for that executable. I'll leave it as signature, as sig. Console log, signature is sig. What else? Then I need to request the download, and the download is this, which we can get somewhere here. Here it is. Okay. So I do await bend post this is a different nomenclature. I'll do UBI just do it like this. And then the parameter, let me check. Am I doing something wrong, aren't I? Screw that. I'm gonna do it from not based on this, but based on what I was sending. So here it should be res.id, which is what it's here, and then is / flag, then is actually, because it's exactly these headers. Check one thing. Let's see. Then I want to see what this actually okay, so that's not very useful. Anyways, let's manually put them there. It ain't gonna change that much because we cannot manipulate them anyways. Now we need is the signature, so it's plus sig now. Let's do crazy. Let's do a console log. What's missing? Expecting something that wasn't there. So await bends. It looks like I'm not closing one. No, that's closed. Yeah, I think I'm missing. Missing this one maybe. Yeah, that looks good. So let's see if we can generate a binary, force it to build a binary with a private key that we know of, and if we can download it. Let's see. I still need to go one directory down. Nope. Failed because... okay. It's because it's not running on the... cannot find module bin. Why not? Oh yes, I understand. Okay. Solver to flags. Change to flags. It's because the node modules directory is on the flags. What happened? Okay, res is not defined. Why? Because res it's not defined because it's response. Fair enough. And here it should be also response. Okay, close. So signature is this. So we got here. Oh, but we didn't request a build actually. Did we? Am I going crazy? No, we did request. Here it is. So it did build. And now it failed because res is not defined. What the hell? Yes, indeed, because we are not on the Express.js context, so res doesn't exist. So these headers don't exist. This doesn't exist. Can say console. Oh, we cannot. It's better not to say anything, I guess. Let's do this. Cool. Now, he didn't print anything else other than the... man. I was expecting at least this one. Undefined. Yeah, forget about it. Okay, we have a buffer. Okay, let's see. Node.js bent save response to 5 or something. Nope. FS. Okay, let's try that. Close. No. So FS. Right, and what we're gonna write, where is it? Response ID. So is some executable called response ID. Now let's do it like it's being done here. Forget about this. This file has been saved. Forget about this. So instead of using a promise, let's just use this. The path argument must be one of the type string, buffer, or URL. Okay. So let's do it some other way. Let's do it get. By the way, I'm just guessing at this. I'm not doing the proper thing, which would be to actually look at how to actually do requests. Not looking at the documentation, basically, trying to wing it. Threw an error, which was this here, and it threw because it says the path must be one of the type string, buffer, or URL. Okay, Node.js request get bent. Okay, so it's how do you do request root. This is so different from no. Do you have a simple get, goddammit? No. No, taking too long to load. Okay, let's look at this again. It's not very useful, but anyways. So basically what we are doing is calling the constructor then we are doing this, but this is a put. I'm going to go crazy with this one. It has buffer as well. Okay, let's try something different. Deprecated as well, yeah, no changes are expected to this something. Okay, let's go back to this one. The standard library. Okay, let's use the standard library. At least for this one. Then I will change it. HTTPS get, and basically what we want to get is this. And then when we get the response, on end, we have data. So what we do is this f right and then data, and we can remove this one here. Let's see if this one works best. No. No, this is a string. And the chunk may be something else. Anyways, let's see how it works.
I took a break and I'm still tired. I went away, doesn't feel like it. Holding my breath while I kill
453.
time. Almost like questioning real life. Cause after you've done it and done it again, the results only showing the same side.
3412.
Why is it working for others, but I'm only stuck in the struggling? Yeah, where does it start?
Path argument must be of a type buffer or string and isn't. Okay, so the problem wasn't. Okay. Say one thing. So what is this? Is this null or something? Yes. Okay, now I see the problem wasn't the bent library. So what does this reply with? Is a promise. It wasn't executed. Okay, sprue bent. Well, the problem is not bent, the problem is that I'm not using it properly. So let's just use the standard library because it seems to be a little bit easier to use. So we have the public key, the source, let's see, HTTP post. So how do they use this? Oh, because they wait for the response, but I'm not on an async context, so that's why it wasn't returning. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do something different. Let's do function A. Let's do async let's return await bent.
I made a run for it. I'm ending up in the front of things. I've had enough of some people and what they've been telling me. What am I chasing and what is ahead of me? Haven't been working, it's hard to be
We
told,
do
but I can't do this
basically
when everything
response
fighting myself till I've got it on paper. I read it and throw it away
equals a. Now it should I should return something. Does it return something? No, it still does. It still says it's pending. So how does this thing work here? How does it get the response? Is it because it has a then or something? No. Let's try with the standard library. So we need to do a post with a bunch of headers. Post data. Let's do the word wrap. So this is our post data. Query string, stringify. Okay, we'll need that one as well. So let's prepare the data to send. So our post data is this referrer and then equals this. Then we have source and we have signature. So our source is this and our signature is this. That's wrong. It's because it's not inside the string, so it's not a template expansion. Private key, public key, source. So we have the post data. Now the next thing we need some options. We could potentially do it here, I guess. But let's build it. Let's build everything. So options is the host is this one. Port 443. Let's take this one out. And the endpoint is build, and it's post, and it's URL encoded, and the length is that. Okay, that's good. That looks good. Let's comment the rest. The challenge is getting a lot of executables being generated on the server side. Anyways, so now we can do the request. Response write post data. Why would you want to? Because they are talking about. Anyways, let's see. So let's do the request. So I'm gonna call this function build, and let's move this a little bit more like this. So I have the post that I want to do. I have the options specifying the request. I can even add a referrer header. I don't think the build does referrer checks. No, it doesn't. The referrer comes from the post. So let's just leave it out. On data. Request on error, it responds error. Request writes the data. Okay. So let's see what happens if we run this.
It's all about humanity.
Build. Let's see.
It's all about humanity.
Okay. So I sent the thing, and it returns an error. So it tried to build, but it returns an error. Token include studio include. It's completely invalid suffix. Put s on integer constant. Okay, let me look at the source. Source 28, line 1, column 28.
It's all about humanity.
Clearly there's, okay. Let's try not to escape this thing. Maybe that's the problem.
It's all about humanity.
Let's try again. Still the same error. Unicode.
It's all about humanity.
I think it's because it's URL encoded. It needs to be, otherwise it breaks the post. But clearly, what it's being passed to the compiler is this. Oh, let's go crazy. Why not? Haha. So it doesn't need to be URL encoded. And so why does this need to be URL encoded? Apparently not. Maybe it's because the standard HTTPS library from Node.js already URL encodes things. It's likely. That's why what we were seeing on the error was basically double URI encoding. That's why it was getting to the compiler with URL encoding things on it. Okay, so cool. Anyways, so we can see here the status, we can see here the response, and we get an ID and success. So now on data, this is what we get. Can I get just the ID? Let's just build another executable. No, it prints empty. Response. No request on error, it gives an error. And this is us sending the post data and doing the request. Actually do it like this. Can I do this?
Human error.
I'm pretty sure we can change the requests or the callouts. No, we cannot.
This is the future.
Yeah, but the other one we can. Okay. But this is already.
Evolution.
Is it printing character by character? No. It's printing. Oh, it's a string. Okay. Is this a string? It's not JSON. Because it has a new line character here somewhere. That's why DD went to the next line. So how do you parse JSON on Node.js? It's probably JSON something, right? JSON.js. JSON parse. Yeah. Okay. is result.id. Right, let's see. Yes, cool. So we can get the ID. So the next thing is to download. Let's create a new function where we pass the result.id. Let's create a new function. So function download the executable that we asked UBI to build. Define. So the download request is something along these lines. Data chunk. See an example of a GET request. So somewhat similar to the previous one. Okay, let's do it. Let's say request.on. Make it clear what's happening. So to do a GET request, it's quite similar. Const. It doesn't need to be a variable, can be a constant. That can be a variable. So const, we only have options, which are going to be, let's have a look. For the download, we need to provide the right referrer, and we need to provide the right signature, and we should be good. So here, for the options, we have host name is the same, different URI. Interestingly enough, the URI is going to be, why didn't you put the backtick? So the URI is going to be the identifier provided / Let's look at UBI again. That's the name. Config JSON loads build. Name is not used, interestingly enough. Yeah, indeed. I do this. 404 not found. Yeah, it doesn't really, it does have to have something here, but it doesn't really matter what it is. So it always returns. So here we can just put flag as we were using, doesn't really matter. We need get, we need to take this one out and we need to add the refer header, and the refer will be this. Okay, so that's the options. Now let's get but how do I give it the parameters to the get?
So you don't remember kicking my heart off the dirty sidewalk. Maybe you were too high.
Maybe I have to give it here, because that's the path.
But we're one and the same when we're playing these games, and it's never been right. You left me high and so dry. And I'm stuck between these stop-go signs, caught inside this limbo. I'm sick of it. A circus ain't fun if you live in it. Well, no acting I'm the stop us, go back home, rewind, edit out that line, and we're back.
Okay, so I do need to include the parameters on the path. Oh, that sucks. So once again, I need the content type octet stream, and then just a signature, which we need still to generate because we're not generating it. So and to generate a signature, we need to do this. With the response ID, the key ID. Okay, so we're gonna pass it as a parameter. So we have identifier and a signature. Okay. This can go away, I think. So then I'm gonna use crypto cost. Okay, so on the build, need to have var headers, but we already saw can actually, because this is not gonna change, it's gonna be always the same thing, because that's what the application is expecting. So let's just, so basically what we need to give is this. We need to create, so the headers equals this. It's just to simplify the code, not to have a lot of things. Const, the key identifier, even use key. It's a hash of the private key, which is interesting to say the least. Then we have the signature, which is what we are trying to generate. Const signature, and we pass it down to the download function. And public key crypto create headers plus XUVI ID with result ID and with the key. Let's do it like this. Let's see how bad this works. I'm pretty sure it's not. There's gonna be something that's not gonna work. Status error 400. So when it called download, it failed. So also let's add some send that out. Console error. Isn't this? Oh, okay. So error. So this one fails. Why does it fail? 400 error usually means either... No, it was because there was an exception, so it just returns status error. Yeah, what it is here, status error. So I'm failing to provide something that it needs. Let's add some logging as well.
You know, it's always a good time for Slav Polka.
So, yeah, okay. Status code, the return headers. Also .log, let's say identifier, let's result.id, headers, key, then the signature, let's print the signature too. Let's see what it does. So this is the identifier, this is the signature that it is using. Content length 19, okay, because it's okay. So looking at this, signature, so it's failing here. I'm missing something, aren't I? Content type, application octet stream, content type, content disposition attachment, and then it's the signature. Ah, okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. No, I'm not doing it wrong, it's right. Unless it's URL encoding it for us, which I seriously doubt. Oh. Yeah, true. So it's not URL encoding it for us. Let's try to send the wrong referrer, see if it breaks before. Okay, so it's not the referrer that is failing. So if you look at the code, it's good enough, what we are supplying is good enough to get here. So let's try to send an invalid signature. Interesting. There's an XUBI source. Else. Return open. It tries to open the file. If it doesn't have an UBI, interesting. We can even use this one to get the source. Oh my god. Interesting. Because we know, so but it's validating the signature. We cannot get here if we have an invalid signature. Yeah, forget about it. I was thinking that we could leverage this to download the source file for the angstromCTF flag. But we first would have to get the identifier, but then we still have the signatures check. That sucks. What am I doing? So we know that the refer is working, so let's just change the signature to see if it gets that to that point. No, it doesn't even get to that point. So we know it doesn't get to here. Ah, it needs probably the verify headers. What does the verify headers do? But interestingly enough, here I don't have anything else. I only have the signature. Content type. Why is it? Bloody hell. Why are you being so annoying? So this is the identifier that it returns. This is the signature, which we generated as it's supposed to be, right? That's okay. Result ID and the key transform to X. Signature changes, of course. Okay, let's do something. It's easier. UBI equals if true. Flags UBI, okay. So UBI, then FLG. So the default is going to be, I'm gonna do these requests to the local environment that I have running to test, see what's going on. So here it's gonna be UBI, and here it's gonna be flags. Wait. FLG, not flags, FLG. Like this.
Drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you.
UBI. And then the flags. This. Okay. And if it is true, so this is my, so UBI is gonna be pointing to our local environment. So it's going to be oh, we have a problem. So the protocol is HTTPS. The protocol is HTTPS. Yeah, that should work. Otherwise, the protocol is HTTP. This is localhost 5000 and then localhost 5001. Let's see if we can do this request to our UBI instance. Let's run it. Let's clear it. Okay. Receive the build request for the other one. Let's see if it works for ours. What? Oh, okay. Indeed. Okay. var UBI port equals 443 var FLG port equals 443 otherwise 5001 and the request is UBI port. Actually, I only need the UBI port because it's not the only request I'm doing is for the UBI port. Yep, correct. So this one can actually be, because it's only used on the referrer. So this one can actually be as it is. Okay, let's try again. Why do you want to do in HTTPS? Are you kidding me? Is it because I'm using HTTPS? My god. Do you have an HTTP module? Jesus, man. What the hell? Let's just do HTTP. Yes, works. Thank you. So, what error did you give us? So 400. So let's do some debugging. Why? So we are having the same. Okay, so that error, the previous error was because I was trying to do an HTTPS request to an HTTP endpoint. Also, what I can do to make this generic is requester. This is the requester. And by default the requester is the HTTPS, otherwise the requester is HTTP. This should work as well. Nope. Yes, indeed. My bad. Yes, okay, this works. So this is the configuration options. That if we want to use our local environment, we just set to true. Otherwise, if we set to false, it goes on to the CTF environment. Anyways, we have the problem, which is the 400 error. And it happens even before it tries to validate this. So I'm thinking it happens here because otherwise we wouldn't have the refer error. Allowed headers. Am I passing too many headers that aren't supposed to be there? Content type, content disposition, and XUBI source. But that's not it's not an exception. Nothing like doing some prints. So we are trying to do this. We do print the headers here. Which isn't different from what we have. You can also send this specific header. So why is it failing? Let's see if we get here. I don't think we are getting past not even getting to the signatures check. Yeah, we print AAA, we print S, but we don't get to do this, so it's failing here somewhere. I'm assuming it's on the import key. Oh, this is Python. Be careful. Right. Yeah, clearly is failing on the import of the key. Why is it failing on the import of the key?
Chase my heart, then hit the brakes. You hold my head underwater until I can't take no more.
None type. Object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Yeah, because the key is none. Why is the key none? Because it's trying to get the key from the config. So let's print the config. Because I'm passing the keys none. Interesting. So the problem is the build request is not storing the key properly. Let's compare. Okay. So if we go here to our local copy, where is it? We do a little bit of a refresh. We click download, it works. Yep. Here it is. It does store the config. So the problem is our initial build request that for some reason makes it not store the build private key. So what are we doing wrong with our build requests? Let's have a look. So the build, the request is referrer, which is here, source, maybe it's because, but
When you say you're feeling lonely,
it's weird because when we use the encode URI on the source, it doesn't work. So let's see. No, still the same error. Okay, so the problem is not the encoding. But the private key is right here. I couldn't go crazy and just generate a private key every time. Use this code that they use. Let's try that. See what happens. See if the problem is not how we are putting the private key here. No, that's not the problem. It still gets none type. So that's definitely not the problem. So let's have a look at the code on the UVI for the build. So the config JSON is just a JSON dump of the refer plus the form get and the key form get key. Oh, that explains it. Did I change the names? Yeah. Oh man. That was such an obvious mistake. Invalid signature. At least we moved on. At least it's an invalid signature now. Here's the private key. Here's our request. Which is exactly this.
There's not a single day that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face, you before me.
Okay, been streaming for 4 hours. Need to end the stream. I wanted to make sure this was working, but at least now we know that it's failing because of an invalid signature. So this is wrong for some reason. So have a look at how we are generating that again. This is coming straight from Index.js. Source code. Content type, yeah, content is switched and then just a signature. So I'm definitely sending the wrong signature. Now the question is why. Encrypts with a public key, creates an hash of the headers to sign, which is that thing which we generated. This is the signature that we are generating. Where is it? Where are we generating the signature again? Here. about this. What I care is this. See if for some reason it's generating a different signature. For E flags, yeah, that doesn't work either. And we want is the same thing, is the result ID. Let's see. Oh, definitely you are generating different signatures. So the question is, what am I failing at? So this is exactly the same thing, public key. So what if I send this? No, it doesn't really matter. Even if I send this one, it also fails. Oh my. I don't know. Let's ensure that we are generating the signature automatically every time. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to keep only one signature so I could reproduce in between requests. But clearly, if I do generate the signature every time, it works. I'm still generating here different signatures and this one works, so I need to figure out. I think it has to do with this. No, still not the case. So this is the same. Private key digest X. And then we update. Chat, what am I missing here? What am I not seeing? He is hash SHA-256 update private key digest X. That's exactly the same thing. Then the signature is public encrypt public key crypto create hash SHA-256 update. Headers to sign, result ID, key digest to string X. So why? What the hell? Why is this signature different from this one? It's exactly the same code. Okay. Let's be pedantic. Too many. Sig is not defined. Yes, indeed. It still generates different. So this is exactly the same. This is exactly the same. This exactly the same string. And this matches exactly. There's no difference. You can see the highlight. Otherwise, if there was any difference, the highlight would not work. I am gobsmacked by this one. Am I going crazy? What if I... I really don't know what is the difference between this one and this one. Is exactly the same code. It's exactly the same thing. Even the semicolons difference is the same. Yeah. Oh, let's try. But still, one generates a signature different from the other, which doesn't make any whatsoever sense. How is this generating a different signature from this? It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Or I'm not seeing well, which might be the case. Maybe I'm missing something here, but the highlight, look, exactly the same, exactly the same, exactly the same. And this one, exactly the same. So why is one generating one signature and the other generating another? Okay, whatever. Let's just see if this way it works. If it works, it works. Yeah, whatever. It works. So let's try against the CTF environment. Yeah, it worked. Cool. So we can trigger the UBI to build the code that we want. And we even get exactly the same headers back and whatnot. This is cool. And here it is. So I just need, instead of printing it, I need to write it somewhere. So let's put it here. So we need to write the file. To write to the identifier file, write file D, file has been saved. Let's see. Oof. Okay. response on was on end or something, right? Also on end or response on close. To write the result variable into a file, var result equals, and we do result plus equals d. Will this work? I don't know. Let's see. No, it doesn't. Because
I'm so alone. Never thought you would make my heart be broke. I gotta let go. All the pain will eat me if I don't.
the file has been saved. Let's see. Actually, it's here now. So it must be file B something. That's not looking good.
Sometimes I feel like I'm better off dead. What hurts the most, you were my best friend.
Yeah.
You're the one that my heart regrets.
It's probably because of the headers that I'm sending to it. No, octet string. That's what we are receiving.
Sorry that I'm not enough. What's the point if we don't got trust? No one listens.
So why is it saving it as? It's not identifying them as.
Our love has now been destroyed. Feeling certain no one is perfect. Hide my smile behind a curtain. Wish you're mine, but don't got the courage. Can't leave the thoughts that say I'm worthless, but alone doing shots.
That doesn't look proper.
It happens a lot. Lately been acting like someone I'm not.
Why does it have a null? For real? Wow. JavaScript, it keeps on impressing me in a bad way, in a very bad way. So it, since I was appending D, it kept no. What happens if I do this? This is incredible, simply incredible. Yeah, now it works. So if we run this file, let's see. Cannot execute binary file. Am I putting stuff in the file that I shouldn't? Leave C, put C, put S. Clearly the file is not good, I think. Let's try to download from here. Download one of the files that was executable. Executed. 16K. Yeah, so around that. Oh. Flag 2, I guess. Yeah, look at the difference. I don't even need to run it. So, oh my word. No, actually, wait. Need to download these ones. Download these ones. So it's flag 3, I think. Yeah. No. Yeah. My problem is still the same. Where's the source? Okay, let's send the source as it is, this one. But this shouldn't be the problem. Definitely shouldn't be the problem. No. Why is the... Oh my word. So the build executables that we are requesting from the application are invalid. How awesome is that? Not much, is it? Okay. Let's print exactly what we receive here. Request.form. Submit. Okay. Run UBI again. Let's close this one. Try to run UBI again. Let's have a look. So referrer, and then the source, then the key. So let's see what we are actually sending. Send to our local environment. Okay. Let's have a look at what is the content of the file. Completely screwed up. So in our local environment we have the same behavior as with so the referrer is the same. The source looks exactly the same apart from the flag. The private key looks exactly the same as well. So it's exactly the same request. At least it looks like it. Why for one it works and okay, let's look at the builds directory. So if we do file asterisk okay, so wait, it looks legit, all files look legit. So it's actually the build, it's actually not the build, it's the download. The download is somehow screwing the file. Because these are all elf, looks all legit, proper, legit elf files. So actually what is failing is most likely this thing here. Node.js, so painful sometimes. Node.js, oh my god, this Twivny. I really need to stop streaming. I need to go to bed, otherwise my sleep pattern is completely screwed. Node.js, save binary file, HTTP request. Okay, this looks a little bit better. And then they concat. Okay, let's try that. Let's try to do it like this, with an array instead of a string. Probably is doing something weird. Push. And then we try to write a buffer concat of the data. In this case, is of the result. Let's try.
Tell me, babe, when I leave this town. I'm saying, love it if you wanna go on down. 'Cause darling, we were made for bigger things.
I think it's 40.
This place keeps killing our dreams.
Yeah, now it works. Cool.
I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Let's go, love. I'm saying
I also need to. Yep. So now let's try against the CTF environment. I also need to figure out a way to try against the CTF environment. Node solver. So the file has been saved. Didn't it download? Oh. Okay, change mod. X 98 something. So it should work, right? Yes. Okay, so what we can do now is try to change the code that is being compiled to have environment variables. Will that be possible? GCC includes environment variable in codes. Build time embed environmental variable. So you have date and time macros. That's the only one. Oh, Intel. Don't care about Intel. So that's not a lot of... We cannot put some random environmental variable here. So if we say compiler path, let's try to compile that. Instead of that, let's say print the compiler path. What? Oh, okay, I see. It's because it's 400. It failed the compilation. Let's try against our local environment. Let's have a look. Probably we need to change some code here. So I don't care about this anymore. Reduce the noise. I don't care about this. I also don't care about this because this now works. Now what I care about interestingly enough, it did a status code 400. Okay, so the build here. So if a response status code different from 200, else only execute this if it is successful. Otherwise, just log the response. Oh my god, this keyboard is killing me. changing the layout all the time. Response. And we actually want this, and we want here is D. Let's see. Okay, response buffer.
We both have thoughts of leaving when thoughts get thrown around, but we keep going on believing, and on till we're all cried out, 'cause we don't feel like throwing it all away.
How do I get the response out of it?
We don't feel like it.
It's just something.
But this time it's not
Okay, screw that.
escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it.
Okay. Each declare, so it's an declare, so it's not accessible from the compilation. It's one of the environment variables, but it's not accessible. What a shame. I think I'm not able to do that, what I want to do. GCC special build time variables or constants or something. Like path or something. Time. If this variable is set, its value specifies to be used in replacement of the current date and time in date and time macros. Oh, it's macros. Okay. It's not variables that it's called, it's macros. Yeah, because it's used by the define. Let me have a look. How does it compile? It calls gcc output to the standard out, builds the source that we provide. That's it. That's the only thing it does.
I'm searching for flame. Put a lip in my eyes, a lip in my body, now I'm rising up. Oh wait, to you it's a game, to me it is real. I'm on my path and I gotta go kill, as I am a champion. Spitting these lyrics right now and I put them out, and this is super ill, but this is real. This is reality, expressing these bars in the melody. Close to my eyes, but all of these people that really want to keep on telling me this is nothing, this is fake. I am what? I am great. Man, that's what I say to myself, cause I'm making these waves and I'm making it happen. Oh, up in this life, yeah, up in this life.
That's not gonna be a string, is it? Let's see. Well, the file has been saved. Yeah, he's printing the date. So I want to find something that would, at compile time, get the environmental variable in here. so that when I ask the file to be compiled, I get the environmental variable here, printed out, I mean. And basically the environmental variable that I want is, let's have a look, either this one, probably I would get this one, or the admin cookie, but I most likely would go straight for this one. It has to be at compile time, otherwise how do I use C processor to make substitution? That looks good. Okay. So it's basically he has to change the GCC command line, and then it uses the variable inside the code. And that doesn't help me at all. That doesn't help me. Yeah, it's the same thing. So my approach doesn't work. What a shame. And we cannot control I. If we could control I could potentially muck around with this command line, even though they are all arrays, so it's unlikely that there is a remote that we could sorry, too late, that we could change this. Oh, and I forgot to record the stream. Well, I can download it afterwards from Twitch. What a shame. That would be a easy win if we could. But anyways, we gained something. We gained the ability to actually talk with UBI directly and ask it to generate executables for us. Hey Barney, how's it going? I'm sleepy. It's 2 in the morning here. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours on this challenge, on this last challenge, this last web challenge, which only has 5 solves. So that can tell you more or less how hard this one is gonna be. I'm actually going to probably end the stream. So how are things down under? Everything good? Keeping healthy? No crypto, dude. RSA, man. RSA, look at this. I'm the audience spoke and I'm following through. Yeah, see, RSA. And signatures, which we cannot fake because we don't have the private key, unfortunately. Well, we don't have the private key that is on the challenge server. We have it on our local replica, but God damn it. It's a shame that I cannot embed that compile time on GCC environmental variables. Otherwise we could get the flag by asking UBI to compile these codes. I think I'm gonna still invest a little bit because it might be some less documented feature. But I don't think so. I never seen such a thing when I used GCC to compile stuff. So I think it's gonna be a big no-no. Yeah. So let's see. Sorry, I was playing with the gain from the microphone and unfortunately I made it too loud. Okay, so let's try DuckDuckGo. Maybe yeah. So they are basically answering what we already know is by passing it in the command line form for GCC, but we don't have control over it. So that's not gonna happen. Standard predefined macros. So file, line, date, time. We could get some interesting path disclosures, or some path disclosures that might be interesting. by using the file. And that's about it. That's pretty much just it. The rest of the variables are pretty much useless. So let's target the CTF environment. Okay. I also need to change mod the file. Okay, it doesn't even give the entire path. I'm wondering. Yeah, but it would have to be through macros, and we cannot control the macros. That really sucks. So it basically, this is not a non it's not how we got the flag. But at least it was cool getting to develop on Node.js again. So I'm gonna call it a night. I need to get my beauty rest. So if you guys, I can hang around for a little bit more, some 5 minutes more. So if you guys have any questions or anything that you wanna talk about, just drop them on chat. Otherwise I'm gonna go and sleep, and while I'm going to do, where did I see that? It was on lead 2. Lead2.py OS change mod. Send the use. Oh, it's using Python as well. Anyways, I was trying to see if I could change the permissions of the file automatically. But anyways, one of the things, even though this wasn't the way we achieved, we would get the flag. It's not the way, clearly. At least we achieved, or I achieved, a higher understanding of how the UBI application works. So that's cool. We can talk with it, to it, build files, download those files, which is nice. So now the question is, what can we do from the flags application to actually get the flag from the generated JSON file? And I'm thinking, to the happiness of Barney, most likely, it's gonna be something with the signatures or something. Something that we can fake or that we can change a little bit or whatever. Maybe to try and get this. Or it might be something with sub-process and the timeout thing. I don't know. Not sure if this is a remote code execution or something. Anyways, thanks to everybody that came. I think today was a record in terms of continuous viewers. So thank you very much. Have a good day or night or morning or whatever. And I'll talk to you soon. Cheers. Bye bye.